Hello there guys, and welcome back to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are in Photoshop, as well as Unreal Engine 5.5.4. I was doing this offline, but I thought I'd just stream it. It's all part of the game dev process. I just didn't know if anyone was actually interested in Photoshop and the creation of the UI stuff. So basically, last night I set up all of the main menu, and what I'm now doing is I am creating all the buttons and graphics to go with the main menu. I've also sourced an appropriate music sound effect for the back, and I've actually taken a picture of the game from outside the space station, so we've got a nice background image for the main menu. Now, with the font that I've found, it's a desktop license, so it can only be used kind of on desktop, creating graphics and things. You can't embed it within an app, so I'm not allowed to basically import the font into Unreal and use it in that way. So what I'm having to do is I'm having to use the font in Photoshop and then export what I've made as an image. So at the moment I've got the new game button, and that is, if I just bring up dimensions, so it's 299 by 55. Okay, so what I've been doing is I've currently got controls selected. So we basically, what we do is we go copy, and then we go file new, and we choose clipboard, and you'll see it's basically creating a clipboard at that size. So then we go in here, and we can paste that in there. And then what you do is you select all and you merge the layers. And now all we have to do is basically select that and then go crop. You see the little purple line where it's snapping. And there we go, button. Yep. And it's got the transparency in the all corners. Yeah. Okay, so I'm doing this step by step. So right, game guide is next. Game guide, baby. If I go quiet while I'm doing this, guys, it's because I'm just concentrating. I don't feel there's too much to say about this unless you guys ask questions in chat. So I think I'm just going to be quiet while I'm working. But if you've got any questions, feel free to ask. I really like that blue outline with the center text and that very subtle drop shadow. I love it. I love it, babe. Sorry. Just can't help myself. I just can't help myself. I just can't help myself. And I just can't seem to help myself. Oh my god. I entertain myself. Okay. Right. So I've got the 5 buttons in and the backdrop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Oh, fudge cake. Main menu. Yeah, I'll just put it in here. No, do I need a folder? No, I don't feel I do. I'm just going to get rid of that. Right. Import these in. And then what we need to do for all of these is we need to go... oh, what was it? Filter. Needs to be nearest. Okay, so now we're going to drop our background image. Now that, you see that's currently sat on top of the buttons. What we need to do with that is basically move it right to the very top so everything sits on top of it. And then we need to anchor that image to the center. We need to do that, 0.5, 0.5, and then the size is 1920 by 1080. And there we have it, guys. Why is that? What does this one do? Ah, so that, even though it doesn't explicitly, the bloody hell, I can't get my words out. It doesn't explicitly state that that is. It would be nice if when you hovered over it, it would tell you what does what. I mean, it's quite clear, like top left, top center. This one, I guess, means stretch to screen. So, I mean, that you can see there, it's gone full screen. Okay. Right. I'm just going to quickly sort out the music, guys. So I've got a music track. Gib mir 1 Minuten. I'm just going to pause the music so you can hear it. One minute. So SQ music is okay. So SQ menu music, class is music, so I can close that, and then in here, in the main menu, we're going to drop in that. And I do believe that's all done, that one. Can you hear that? It's very suitable ambient sound. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to drop in these. So what we do okay, so you can see the distance from the edge. It's 33. It's basically 33 from the top, 32 from the side. So what we'll do is on the button, there we go. Drop that in there. Dude. And then what we can do we can get rid of that text, a new game. Right, it's got an outline on it. We don't want draw as rounded box, we want draw as image. There we go. Look at that. Oh, that looks so good. Compared to what I, it's all placeholder. You get it all functional, and then, you make the sexy buttons. Sexy buttons, baby. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Disabled. Okay, right, let's put in the other ones. So this is controls. That looks so good. I'm happy with that. Welcome to the stream. Now, interestingly, when it's disabled, it's actually brighter, which is weird. So if we go on, I'm going to set the alpha to 0.5. There we go. Look at that. You see that? Actually, we don't want to do the alpha because what you want is you want white. Let me just jot this down. What you want is the white for when it's normal. Sorry, white for when it's hovered. Before we just do that, actually. I don't know if you can hear that rain, guys. Oh, that's much better, look. You see how dark that was? Let's do the other ones. Pucker. There we go. Look at that. Very happy with that. Right, so this bit's going to be the bugger. So, essentially, what we need to do is create an image that is the size of that. We need to create an image that's the size of that. Put in the text. Let's do the buttons for these. We'll get these buttons done. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Right, sip of the coffee. So what we're now going to do we're going to create two more buttons. So we'll have a close button and apply settings, because on the menu you've got the close. So let's make the close button so what I'm going to do for this, I'm just going to I don't feel like it. It's tricky, isn't it? Because in here, where we've got this one, I mean, I guess having them the same size keeps consistency. So I'll just do that. So we're going to save. We're going to copy. New. Merge. Okay. So we've got the close button, so now what we can do, we can minimize the main menu buttons and we can open up the controls box. I may as well. um, I may as well quickly do the controls. Let's get the controls done. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be that size. Was that center? It doesn't look center. Not that it matters, because we're going to be exporting this. So... Okay. Why does that look so small? That's so diddy compared to the W. Oh, MG. Move forward, move backward, move left. Move forward, backward, left, right, and then you've got sprint. Alright, I think that does it nicely. It's all aligned correctly. Yeah, I don't think it needs anything else. It doesn't need to be fancy. I'm tempted to put lines in to separate the things, but I don't feel it needs it. It's readable, it's clear. Doesn't need to be anything more fancy than that, just information. Yeah. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to import game controls. That's dead center as well, guys. Yeah, I think that does the job. I don't think we need to do anything else with that. Right, now this one is going to be a bastard. This is going to be a bastard, this one. What we want to do is we're going to want to... Right, what we're going to want to do is... Actually, all we need to do... We do the frame. Right, so for this one, because we've got this... I'll show you the problem at the minute. When you click through this, can you see how everything's moving? It's because it's based on the horizontal sliders, so it's adjusting based on the length of that. But what we're going to do instead... We're going to create a button. We're going to create a button first. I don't feel like I need to do one for the slider. So basically in Photoshop we're going to do the display settings, audio settings and this text, and we'll have it fixed. So that will just be the image. And then we'll just have a spacer. Because this text needs to be bugger. The text needs to be we need to basically create the text for all of those and for this, because as I mentioned at the start of the screen, the font I'm using only has a desktop license. I can't embed the font in the software, so we're going to have to create the text for all of this. So I'm just going to jot this down. Alright, 1 second. Right, so it's low, medium, high, epic, ultra. So low, medium, high, epic, ultra. Low, medium, high, epic, ultra. Get the res text. Okay, so 1280 by 720, 1600 by 900, 1920 by 1080, 2560 by 1440, 3840 by 2160, 3840. 3840 by 2160. Okay. Check that again. 1280, 720. So now if I simulate it, 1280, 720, 1600, 900, 1920, 1080. 2560 by 1440. Okay. And then we got low, medium, high, epic, ultra. Okay. Welcome to Australian Territorial, and thank you for the spam view. I really appreciate it. I just want to get that apply settings done as well quickly. Pardon me. Piggy. What a little piggy. Oink, oink. Oh, this is a banging tune, isn't it? Sorry. Doing it again. Right, so now with this one, we need to shrink it down. Okay, close that. And then apply settings. Let's check my sugars, guys. Ooh, little bit high. Gotta pump some units. Yeah. Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. Okay. Let's go, baby. Those buttons are the same size, aren't they? Why does that one? They're the exact same size. Yeah, they're the exact same size. Okay, so what I need to do right, I know what I need to do. First off, let's get the buttons done for these. Yeah, we'll do the buttons first. Right, just thinking what I need to do. I need to create the custom font. Sorry, the custom text that's going to go in here. Sorry guys, I'm just thinking at the minute. What size is that image? Settings frame. Sorry, the other one. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll work with the other frame we've got. And then I know what to do. We'll create the suitable size. And then we'll basically, from Photoshop, we'll export the image with display settings, this, and this. And then we'll actually create yeah, I know what I need to do. Yeah. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take a screenshot of that. So I can have that on my other monitor. Okay. Why are you being a twat? Why is that being a shitbag as well? Okay. Nice and simple, clear to read. Right, we need to create the buttons. Oh, banging tune, baby. That looks pretty good. I'm going to make that a little bit smaller. I think that looks quite nice for a little box. So the next challenge, I know what we can do for this. So what we'll do is we'll put the buttons in place. We'll keep the buttons consistent, so the button here will be right below here, and then vice versa over here and here. And then we'll make a new document, taking out the button, the text there, and then the button to the right. And then what we can do is, we know we've got the exact same proportion, and then we'll change the wording that we need. So we need to create 5 different words. We've got low, high, medium, high, epic, ultra, and then we've got the 5 resolutions. So let's do this. Ultra. We'll do the left arrow. I mean, to be honest, we could even do like a hyphen. Does that equal both sides? 7. Little bastard. Little bastard. Little shit. Oh. 7. 8. All you can do is laugh, guys. That's all you can do in life. Just laugh it off. Right, I need you in the bloody middle, mate. I can tell looking at that is still not equal. Look, 5, 6. Little shitbag. I'll tell you what, that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. That looks quite sexy now. Button frame. Button frame. And that. And then duplicate. And if I have them... I feel that's a very good ratio. Ugh! Oh, dude. I think that looks nice. Right, and then what we need to do, this text is in the middle there. You see we're getting the 36 by 36, so it's exactly dead center. Pucker. What? Lovely jubbly. Right, now with this long bastard, this is the bugger that was basically causing problems in here. Look, I'll just show you again, guys. You see as we change. So what I'm doing a manual fix here so we don't get that problem. What I'm doing is I'm not going to be entering text into here. Instead, we're going to be making the 5 different bits of text but in an image format. So the image will be the exact same size each time, meaning it won't be changing the scale of the UI around it. That's what I'm doing. I'm making magic. Magic Mike. Not Channing Tatum, guys. Come on, let's get serious. I make myself laugh. I should do stand up. Right. We're going to leave that one there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to select that, that and that, that and that. And then we're going to dupe. And then we're going to left click and pull down. What the fudge just happened there? that will do. That'll do, pig. Okay, how's that look? Okay. I think that looks good, actually. I'm happy with that. Let's just check. Those should be perfectly aligned. Yep. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're going to work some magic, basically, guys. We're going to bring this up so it's close to the bottom. I think that's good enough. If it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me. If it's good enough for two, it's what I like to see. I feel like I got the lyrics wrong there. But oh well. I think it was good where it was, actually. Okay. Everything's nice and equally spaced apart. Sliders will go in there. Bing bang bosh. Bob's your uncle. So what we want to do, what we really want to do, we wanna why I'm in such a weird mood. It's like I've been debbing for so long now. Honestly, the past couple of weeks has been intense, and I feel like I'm at the potty stage and I've gone a bit nuts. What you doing, Mike? What you doing, mate? We need to export that. Okay. Roger. So, what we will do is if I just select these individual components, did I get that one? Okay. Right, and then we're going to put those in a folder. Shit. Folder. There we go. And call this... I'd call it adjustables. Alright. And then so we can turn it on and off. Right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to create some magic. We're going to select all that is visible. We're going to Control C, File, New, Clipboard, Create, and then boom. There we have our frame. Okay, so now what we need to do is crop around the edges. So we're going to do this. And then Control Shift I to invert, crop. Ooh. That was being a bit weird. Okay. So we're exporting this and calling it I'm gonna call it settings frame. I'm loving this this sound that you're hearing, guys. It's a new track. So YouTube is a bit of a bastard at the minute, and they've got really hot on ad blocking and censoring if you've got an ad blocker. And it's quite frustrating when I'm doing really long live streams and I'm getting shitty adverts pop up with crappy voices. So I've found a 2 hour 43, no, nearly 2 hour 50 minute actually, single clip. So it's got a load of different songs within it, and basically I've just got it on loop, so it's never gonna get adverts. It's never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye and tell a lie and hurt you. Gotta love a bit of Astley. What am I doing? Getting distracted, that's what you're doing, Mike. You're getting distracted, mate. I'm in a musical, it would seem I'm musical Mike today. Right, let's get to it, Captain. So we've got our settings, so now we're gonna drop this into the frame. Settings frame. Boom, baby. So there it is, guys. Can you see it? I've dropped it in there. Okay, so the box itself is dead center. Right, one sec, I know what to do. So we've got the setting box. The settings box basically that slider stays there, but it needs to be okay. I think the best thing to do with that at the moment is to just leave that there. So if I compile and save this, we can see we've got the buttons there. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to... I know what I need to do. We don't need to do anything with this bit. This bit's not a problem. Right, let's make the 5 different things for that and that. And then we'll be able to get rid of this and we'll replace this with sliders. Spacers, sorry. Yeah. Check, 1, 2. What are you doing, Mike? I don't know, Betty. I don't know. Right, so we're in photo shoot. Right, so here's where the magic's going to happen. What we're going to do... Oh, this is a banging tune. Right, what we're going to do, we're going to copy this. We'll make our buttons first. So we're going to go new, clipboard. We're going to copy and pasta that in there. And then we're going to merge the layers. And then we're going to crop. Crop it like it's hot. Crop it like it's hot. I think I'm being so musical because I'm excited that I'm so close to finishing this. It is literally... The other menus, like the pause menu, win menu, and the other thing is not going to take long at all. Like, I've already got the button, the style, so it's going to be real piss easy just to smash out the other menus. But the main menu, as you've seen, there's so much to it. There's 5 different main buttons. Then you've got the controls, you've got the game guide, you've got the settings, and... Oh, there's just so much. Right. So this is going to be button hyphen. I've got to stop doing that beatbox. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Not sorry. Okay. We've now got our buttons. So I'm going to go in here and we're going to bring in button minus and go to filter and say nearest, save. And then we're going to bring in the plus. Filter. Nearest. Save. Right, that's the buttons done. So now the settings slider, we're gonna go to the minus and on the disabled we'll just set the hex to that, and then we need to drop in the minus, draw his image. Um, there we go. Look at that. And we'll do the same for the police. Oh, the heating's come on. That hasn't been on for ages. It is a bit wet, windy and cold out today though. Yeah. Right, let's get to it, Captain. So this is the police. Oh mate, what's this tune? It's a bit of a funky tune. What is this song? I'm doing a head bob. It's a bit of a funky song, this one, guys. Right, sorry, I'm getting distracted by music. Acting like an numpty. Disabled. So this is minus. Image. We're almost there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Oh God. Okay. As you can see, we have we've got those in there. So you can see it's been a bit of a bugger and it's squishing my beautiful, you can see that is the shape, it's square. So it's been a bit of a bastard and squishing it. So when we've created the images that are going to switch in here, this is all going to fit lovely. So, what I'm just going to do, I'm actually going to go on the sliders real quick. And I'm going to set the colour so it matches up with the rest of the colour scheme. So the colour of that is that. Slider bar colour. Lovely. Oh, that's sexy. Look at that. Oh, that's sex on legs, that is. Oh, it's like plasma. Love it. Right, now we're going to get the colour of the font. No, actually, the background, sorry. And now this might not work. Oh, actually it does. That looks good. That'll do. That'll do, pig. There we go. Look at that. So that slider handle is the same colour as this. It's just inheriting a tint. Ooh. But when that goes empty... Right, the background needs to be black. Appearance. I thought it would change colour. I thought it would change colour when it's empty. Interesting. I mean, it's not a problem. It's quite clear, you can see what level the volume's at. I think for me though, I'd like to see the blue bar shrink based on where the scale's at, the slider's at. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that. I'm being nitpicky. Bloody perfectionists. Okay, we've got the buttons. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create our 5 different things for here. So to do that, we're going to go up here. So I've just grouped all of the text and called it core. So then we've just got the adjustables. Okay. So now that we've got that, we can copy, file, new, create, paste, and then we're not going to merge this. What we're going to do is we're going to crop it. We're going to shift I, invert. We're going to go crop, and then we'll go down to the other end. And crop, and then okay. Right, so now that we've done that, guys, we can see exactly what size we need this to be. So what I can do is basically we just want to crop out these blocks. So you see what we're doing? We know that essentially this space inside is what we want. So then we create 5 images, the exact same size. The only thing we're changing is the font, the writing. That way the boxes won't get moved apart. So what we're going to do is we're going to select that, and we're going to invert the selection. We're going to crop it out, and then we'll do the same this end. Okay, and there we have it. So now what we can do is we can basically create the text that we need. And we want to get that dead center. We can actually get rid of the other stuff. We don't need the other stuff in there. Right, so that looks central to me. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with 1280 by 720. So 1280 by 720. And like I say, if we move it, you can see it's dead center. Alright, so now we just go export as, I'm saving it as a PNG. So I'm going to call this res underscore 720. Save. And then we're going to change the text to 1600 by 900. And export. And this is going to be, I'll call this res 900. And then 1920 by 1080. Res 1080. So that's 1920, 1080. Next is 2560 by 1440. 2560 by 1440. And this is res 1440. And the last one, guys, is 3840 by 2160. And we'll call this res 2160. Okay, so now I've got all my 5 reses. And what we're going to do, we're just going to do the same for this one, the Ultra. I should be able to just copy that and paste that straight in. So we're getting it central. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to label this as low. And this is going to be, I'm going to call this one GFX low. What was that Chinese or Japanese bit to the beginning of this song? That was so random. GFX medium. Okay. Tell you what, guys, this is a lot of work. Give me 1 second. Hey Wall, welcome to the stream, dude. Thanks for tuning in. How are you doing? Okay, so this is the fun bit now. So now that I just need to import. If I import the 5 reses. Oh, what? What? What is it on about? Are you sure you want to override asset? There isn't any assets in there. What the fuck? That's just stupid. Oh, I'll just do it one by one then. Gonna be a bastard. Why was that being so weird? I don't understand why that was being so weird, guys. I've got 5 res files and... Unreal, you baffle me. Right, why is that one called Res and not Res 1080? Why is that 0? Look at that. Can you see how squished it looks there, but then when you hover over it, it's not? What the fuck? UDIM blocks. What the fuck? What? What is a UDIM block? Mate, what is going on? Right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to save. I'm going to close it and reopen it. It's been fucking weird. It's never easy, is it, guys? mate, it's starting to wind me up now. I exported all of these the exact same. Why is this one being a shit? Dimensions 2? What the fuck is it on about? Dimensions 2120? Are you off your rocker? What the actual shit? Mate. What the actual fuck? It's right here. Oh man, this is pissing me off. Import it. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck is going on? I'm really pissed off with that. Why is it saying dimensions there? What the actual fuck? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to close that bollocks. I'm going to delete that shite. And I'm going to call it... resolution. How fucking weird. Right, so in my project folder, you guys saw me in Photoshop making all these. And they were all labelled with the prefix res. And then underscore. And then the number of the resolution. For some reason, when I imported res underscore 1080, it decided to fuck around with it. Fuck knows why. I just renamed it on my system to resolution. So now it looks a bit shit because it doesn't match up with the file naming. But what the actual fuck? Sorry for the language, my pedigree chums, but that was a little bit rage-inducing to say the least. But it's all groovy. It's groovy, baby. Weird. So weird. Oh, don't tell me that's doing the same. Why is that just removed the name? Unreal has been a bit of a twat, to say the least, guys. I don't know why. Alright, 2160. How are you doing anyway? Well, you good? Are you an Unreal user? Right, so we've got all of our resolutions in there. So now what we're going to do is bring in the GFX. We're going to do this one by one, so Unreal doesn't get its knickers in a twist. Granny knickers. All I can do is laugh. Don't know why it keeps opening another content drawer there. That's also a little bit frustrating. Why is it doing that when I'm already in a content drawer? Unreal. Stop being a cheeky bugger. Okay, we have all of our images. We've got all of our images here for the resolutions as well as the GFX. I don't know why it's why is it not sorted those out alphabetically? Okay, so now what I need to do is where we're getting the res text and the graphics text, we're not going to be doing that function. Instead, on this bit, we're going to drag off of there and over here. Where is it? So that handles the resolution. Right, I'm going to have an event tick. Okay, now in here it's getting the text based on the resolution. We're not going to be getting displaying text. We're going to be removing the text, replacing it with the images I just made. Same for here. Now, an event graph up the top, when this is constructed, it sets the index, sets the resolution. So what we need to do is basically we need to have a custom event called GFX set set text. And then we'll have another one for, oh my god, res set text. And basically these two custom events are going to be, this is going to make sure that whatever's been changed is it's going to be shown correctly. So we're going to move that there. And I'm going to have a sip of my coffee. Okay. So alright, so we're going to click on here. We're going to remove the binding. Remove the binding. Compile, save. And then we can go up here and delete those functions. Okay, so we need to put an image in here. So I'm going to call this one, I'm going to call this GFX box. I'm going to call this res box, and this music box, and that SFX box. So things are a little clearer. So what we're going to do on the GFX box, we're going to remove that spacer. No, we're not actually. We're going to remove the text, and then there we go. They actually look like the cubes now. What was happening was it was filling horizontally and vertically. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to delete the screen res. Right. So in here, we're going to put an image. And we're going to delete the text. And then we're going to call the image, I'm going to call it IMG GFX. And this one is going to be IMG SFX. No! Res. Sorry. GFX and Res. And then, for example, with graphics, if I just put in Ultra, so that's 212 by 31. 212 by 31, that's the same as my thingy. And then on the res, I'm going to drop in 1080. There we go. And then we can get rid of this and that. Oh, hold on. Okay, so those sliders, now that we've got that, we're going to basically wait, what is that frame called? Settings frame 748. That's not correct. Hold on. 748 minus 31 minus 31, so that's counting for the buttons, and then the text is 212. Look at that. You see that, guys? I've just got that perfectly in there. So that's the res box. And then if we do minus 10, minus 10, minus 10. Then that spacer There we go. Look at that, guys. So now what we need to do is basically replace audio settings with a spacer. And delete audio settings. Copy that. Dude. $93. 16. had padding, that's why. Oh, that's really annoying. You can see here. That's almost in sync there. No, it's just this one. What a shitbag. Why is there all this empty... So the sliders are in perfect position. um... 80. I think the easiest way to do this is to figure out, we know the frame is 748 in total. So spacer at the top, spacer at the bottom, spacer in between that, spacer in between that. Okay, let's try this again. Let's call that 38. Tell you what I'm going to do, because this is winding me up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a, hold on. Oh, this is such a pain in the arse. Bloody UI. Hey, welcome back, dude. Nice. I need to eat something soon. Yes, I have. I've got a link on below to my itch page, and I've got, I think, 5 games I've made on there. This game's almost complete, and this one is, yeah. I'm doing the UI. So I think you're a first-time viewer, so you probably haven't seen the game itself. It's pretty awesome. Let me just fix this. I just need to fix this quickly. I think I've done it. I think I've done it. I'll show you the game. This game in a second. Is this the 1280 by 720? This is the size. If I do... This will scale to... this will scale to size. So... This is the game. You basically have to avoid robots, find creatures, and rescue them. So you search these, and you get these little dudes. Oh, fuck. And then if he spots a creature... Oh, fuck! Sorry. Yeah, so he'll capture the creature. And then he'll put it back in a container. And you basically have to return them to here. That sounds pretty cool. How are you getting on with it? Ah, what's your native language? I haven't used the Unreal. I'm assuming you're using Unreal to make your game. I don't know. I've not used the Unreal Engine in another language, so I would be curious to see. Well, I don't even know if it would work in a different language if it has to all be in English. Oh wow. So is that like Arabic, like with the symbols, the writing's all symbols, isn't it? I think you're the first Persian viewer, that's pretty cool. Okay. There we have it, look at that. Everything is now where we want it to be. That took a little bit of a while to set up, guys. But yeah. Tricky. I'm super happy with that. That looks pucker. Right, now what we need to do is we need to, on the settings, display sliders, so we need to get audio sliders and set that off. And then put that there. Ooh. Right, so now it should only show when we click on there. Okay. Thanks for the spam view, Persevere. Oh, is it really? I didn't know that. Sorry. Sorry if that offended you. I didn't know. So I give it that because you're Persian and it's English, you really do struggle with, I guess, trying to read what things are doing. You said your English. Thank you for following, dude. You said your English isn't that good, so yeah, you must really struggle with that, dude. I'd be curious to know if there were any like tutorials for Unreal in Persian. You know, like showing you what to do because it's in a completely different language to you. Right, so what we need to do now, guys. Right, so over here, these aren't text. The normal way of doing this is to have two text boxes, and then when a user changes the buttons and changes the settings, you just change the text. But the way I'm doing this, I've done it with images. And the reason why I've done images, guys, is because the font that I am using, you're not allowed to use it, embed it within an app. So I can't drag the font into the system and then just use it. I'll get in trouble. So, but I am allowed to create all my graphics externally in like Photoshop and then export those as an image and then bring the images into the game. And that's what we've done here. We've got the we've got the image here. So where we've got image res and image graphics, what we're now going to do is we're going to have an on tick event. Oh, okay, nice, dude. Well, I don't know if you want to watch any of my stuff, but I post all of my streams. Every game dev stream I do, I post to my YouTube channel. I've got all the buttons below on my Twitch. And basically, There's playlists for Unreal, Unity, Blender. Everything you see in this game is on YouTube. So, you know, all the code, everything, even the modeling. So, if there's anything in there that can help you, if there's something you're struggling with, feel free to check it out. The streams are quite long, but you can flip through the videos. Right, so what we need to do, we're going to do some code here. So this one is for resolution, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to get the res index, and we're going to say if index equals 0 equals 0, there is, but the font that I've got, I got it from the fonts, and then I always look at the licensing, and if it takes you to a website, and on the website it does a breakdown of the licenses, and for this particular font I've used for the main menu, you're allowed to use it for a desktop commercial license, but there is something in there specifically saying you cannot use the font for applications. So it mentions about games, so I can't just drag and drop the font into Unreal and embed it within the game. I'm not allowed to do that, which is why I've created the images. Right, so what we're going to do here is image res set. Set brush. No. There you go, brush. Okay. So we're saying if the res index equals 0, it's going to be 720. So we do 720. You're joking. No, that's not right. Hold on. Set brush from texture. There we go. Jesus Christ. Bloody thing. Right. So, sorry. 0 is 720. So we get 720. Boom. Okay, so this event is a custom event, and I'm doing this on tick. This shouldn't affect performance because this is just the main menu. There is nothing in there apart from buttons, widgets, and a background image and some music. There's nothing else happening. So what this is doing is it's basically checking the res index. Get res index. Actually, if I just have a switch. Yeah, let's just do a switch on in instead of that. How many do we need? 4. Well, 5. Okay, so if it's 0, we do that. So if the res index equals 0, we're setting it to 720. Oh. What we could do actually, if I just... Hello, Macmatech. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I'll have a look into it, Wall, after I've streamed, dude. I'll look into it. But welcome to the stream, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need one more. Okay, so if it's 0, it needs to be 720. So 0, 720. If it's 1, it needs to be 900. So if it's 1, it's 900. If it's 2, it's 1080. 2 is 1080. 2, 1080. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm quite shattered. I've done so much dev. This game is basically finished. I've just got to do the menus. I'm literally the only bit on the main menu left. I'll show you in just a second. Just give me 1 sec, dude. So 2 is 1080. 2 is 1080. 3 is 1440. 1440. So, no, hold on. 3, 1440. 3. And then 4 is 2160. 2160. Okay, so now that we've got that in there, right, so basically what I just said, guys, I just explained to Wall the font I'm using is from the fonts, but in the license for that font you're not allowed to embed it within applications, so I can't drop the font into Unreal and work with it. So, but what you are allowed to do with the license is create graphics outside of that within Photoshop, for example, save it as an image and then import the image. Adobe Fonts has a similar thing. I've queried this with them on live chat about video games and embedding fonts. So that's why we've done this in image form and not text. And also where it was originally in text and getting the text by function, it was fucking up the whole scaling. So these images are all the same size. So let me just I'll give you guys a quick tour of the game. I don't know how many viewers I've got. It fluctuates, but I'll show you guys the game in just a second. Now technically that is still part of this, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that code. Ugh. And I'm just going to do the same for the graphics. Okay, so this is going to be the same here. So this is for the... That's for the what's it. Oh, I did take a picture actually of... Bear with me. We can actually just quickly test this. So we've done the resolution. So if I press play... You see that? Lovely stuff. What is everyone's favourite resolution out of curiosity? I personally love 1920 1080. I've got a 3 monitor setup. All the monitors are 1920 1080. I think they're 24 inch or something. I don't know. I don't personally like curved monitors. University has them. I can't stand them. I don't know why. I don't like curved monitors. But I've got a really nice 3 monitor setup. Sorry, was that for me, Wall, that last comment? Are you saying yours isn't optimized for your game? Are you struggling with optimizing your game? Oh, same as me, Wall. Matek, that's not something I've done before. I think someone mentioned that a while back about having like one, I can't remember if it was a sprite sheet or something, where it just had all of the images and then you basically picked out a section of it and then used that as the texture, which I think is what you're describing. You don't know if what's good or not, sorry. Are you saying my game's bad? And Matek, regarding the license and small games, I don't want to take the risk. I had someone previously join the stream and ask if I was going to put this game on Steam, and I was a bit taken back by that. I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, I just like covering my arse. Don't want to land in hot water or anything, you know. I like to play by the book. Right, I did take a screenshot of... I thought I took a screenshot. Where? Oh, fudge. Okay. Graphics. Set the graphics. Alright, the graphics index goes from 0 to 4, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. If it's 0, it's low. Right. So basically the same again. Switch on int. And then set brush, apply texture. And this is going to be image GFX. Oh, that's what. Whoa, I had that before. One of the issues with the text block, and I showed it earlier in this stream, where I had the text block of my tech. That was brilliant. Where I had it before, when the font was changing, it was pushing all the other widgets within the horizontal bar apart. I'm happy doing it this way. It works, it functions. One thing about game dev is there's multiple ways to do the same thing. There could be 5 different ways to do the same thing. So mine might have taken a little bit more time, but it works. I have peace of mind. I don't mind putting the time in. But I'm not saying your comment is disregarded. I'm just choosing this route, basically. Well, I'm studying computer game design at university, and as a designer, we're not required to produce hard lines of code and know C++, Python, C#, all the rest of it. We're meant to be able to design the games, make workable prototypes by using blueprints or visual scripting in Unity. So I don't know how to code. I know how to do blueprints and understand the logic, but I don't know hard lines of code, but I do know how to model, which is awesome. So everything you see in this game, I've modeled myself. Every single thing, which is really, really, really cool. Let me just move this up. So if graphics index equals 0, the image is going to be low. And then if the graphics index equals 1, it's going to be medium. If graphics index equals 2, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, it's going to be high. Oh, fuck. High. I can see the comments popping up on my peripheral vision, guys. Just give me a moment while I just set this up. If it's 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's going to be epic. Epic. And then if it's 4, it's going to be ultra. Ultra. Let him cook. Yeah, exactly. That's what the lecturers have said so many different times about how there are so many ways to do things that could be done. Like I say, you could have one objective, make a robot move from A to B. There could be 5 different ways you could get that to work. So, you know, if people have knowledge like C++, they might know a quicker way to do that. If they don't, you know, there's multiple ways. There isn't a wrong way. So long as it works and functions, you know, is that the wrong way? Debatable. Okay, so we're going to put a comment box on that, and we're going to call this sets the correct image of graphics to reflect the index and chosen quality level. Copy the hex. I'm just about to show you the game, guys. I'll try and do a run through and see if I can complete it. I've added in all 4 robots now, so it is a little bit scary. Right, so let's just test that quickly. Perfect. Low, medium, high, epic, ultra. Okay, so the only thing left to do is the game guide. So, what's the time? I've been going 3 hours 40. If I stop for food and then came back, I can get the game guide done. And then what is it? Sorry, I've made a list, guys. Pause menu, lose menu, and win menu. And then that's all the UI done. Right, let me just tidy up this section. So I just need to... I'm going to put these 2 in here. Actually, technically, I should go just on the end because they are relevant to the graphics and the resolution settings. So resolution, graphics. Okay, so that's nice and tidy. All of that beige looking one is to do with the settings menu. So as you can see, there's quite a lot of stuff there. Okay. Right, so let's just test that again. So controls. What I'll do actually, guys, I'll pause the stream music so you can hear the game music. If I bump up the volume so you can hear it. I don't know how many of you have seen my game. I don't think I've seen you in chat for a while, Matek, so I'll talk you through it as I'm playing. Okay, here we go. So starting the main menu, got controls, game guides pending, all the settings. You've seen me just bugger about with that. So you're in the level. There's 4 sectors, and each sector has a robot patrolling. If the robot sees you, it will chase you, and you basically need to find 4 of these creatures and return them to the portal. Okay, we've got 1 there, so now there's 3 more to find. Oh, I can hear him. Okay, so you need to basically use stealth, and if the robot sees you or the creature, they should target the creature, take priority, and you need to guide them safely back. Nowhere is safe. The robots can go everywhere. Oh shit. Right, we just need to stay here. Oh no! Right, let's go, 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 go. Dude! Come on. Oh no. He's got you, mate! So, I've not played Among Us. I know of it. So each robot is confined to their sector. I've created nav query filters. and it keeps the robots in their sector. If you exceed the radar proximity, the creature's retreat logic kicks in, and they all behave differently. So if I just leave, do you see him there? He's just run off. This one flies around. The robot's now going to capture it. And then he'll put him back in a chest, and then you need to find him again. Oh, are you joking, bro? So I'll show you the boundaries. So if I go out this door, he can't come out of here. He's stuck. He can't come out of the offices. But just because I'm out here doesn't mean I'm safe. This robot in the atrium can come out of there. It can go all along this corridor, and it can go in here. This is my favourite area of the game, guys. This is the atrium. So it's basically like a chill out meeting area. So you've got a water dispenser. Those white things on the wall are oxygen pipes. And what the objective is, basically the robots are rogue. They're rogue robots. They're enslaving alien life. The aliens on the ship, they're hiding in containers, evading the robots. So your job as a rescue engineer is to go on these space stations, find the creatures that are hiding, and then escort them safely back to the centre of the map. All whilst evading the robots. If the robot sees you, like this one, he's going to attack me. Well, he should have done it. Why did he not do his animation? Let me just trigger it again. Why is that one not doing it? I need to check the code. Hold on. The one up here will, though. Space Gremlins. Exactly. This one should do it. I wonder why the other one isn't. There we go. So he does like a spin blade attack. This one deals 3 damage. The other one does 2. And your health regenerates 1 health cell every 15 seconds. I'm just going to quickly look at the code as to why this one is not doing the spin attack. Interesting. Let me just have a quick look at that. Actually, let me just test this robot. Yeah, he deals damage. And then the other one over here, he deals damage as well. The radar only pops up when you're escorting a creature. I made that design decision because it's quite large and I didn't want the screen space feeling cluttered. So the radar only pops up when you're escorting a creature. Let me... It was this one over here, wasn't it? So that is character D. Rotating component. I wonder why he wasn't doing his spin blade attack. How peculiar. Give me 1 sec, guys. Deal damage to player. Deal damage to player. Robot B. Robot D. Damage to player. Oh, I remember. I remember. See the difference? The Robot B damage player has that. So this was where, when I copied the other actors, right, so what we need to do is just, so we cast the first person, receive damage, let me just check, so that is that portion. So I'm going to go back and we're going to replicate that. So this is Robot D damage player. So we need to cast to character D. And we need to get the robot charge. And then deactivate. I know why he's not doing a spin attack. I'll show you in just a second. Okay, so that basically turns off his rocket fuel. When this particular robot does a charge attack, it has like a bit of a rocket boost from the back. So you notice in here we're triggering receive damage, but this one is receive damage 2. So if I go on to here, the receive damage 2, we basically need to copy this and trigger receive damage 3. Okay, so I'm gonna make a new, so receive damage 2. It's gonna be receive damage 3. Receive damage. Oh, sugar. Hold on. Oh, dude! I'm going too fast. Too furious. There we go. Oh, this is a banging tune. Okay, so we freeze the player whilst they're getting attacked. This bit deals 3 damage. Okay. So So enemy character B. So if I just take this over here, and we'll just quickly replicate this. So that's enemy character B. And then we're gonna get rotating component. Oh! I'd forgotten to add this in because I've got 4 different robots. I've got 2 humanoid, 2 spinning ones. The humanoid one performs the same logic, but for the other 2, we're specifically turning on the rotating movement and the sparks. This is a pucker tune. This is a really good song. There we go. So we've got enemy character D. We're turning on the rotating spin and the sparks. Play the saw sound. After 2.5, stop the sound, and then turn off the sparks and the rotation, and set him back to face the correct way. So we can now delete that. Delete. Ooh. So this goes plugged into the second step there. Lovely. Okay. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, dude. Thank you, I guess. It does work for me. It does. Okay, so we've just implemented the third one, which specifically targets the relevant robots. So now I can close these, and that should work. So it was the Atrium bot, wasn't it? There we go. Lovely. Let me just test the other one. I love that. It's so cool. Nowhere is safe. Oh, little smart ass. Did you see him there? He just sensed the path I was gonna go. Cheeky bugger. Mate, the robots are everywhere. Right, so that is the game, guys, in a nutshell. You basically search for the creatures, and you need to collect 4 of them. You return them to the center of the ship. If you find all 4, game complete. I'm hoping to get 80+% for this game. Been submitted, deadline's end of April. I really think this is worthy of high marks. Yeah, I've put a lot of time into this one. A lot of time. And you can see here, those when I was mentioning about the sectors, those different coloured regions are the nav modifiers, so it basically confines each robot to their own sector. So yeah, it's groovy. So what do I need to do now? I need to do the where was it? Right, so settings is all functional. Super happy with that. Yeah, so settings, game guide we need to do, and controls. Controls is done. So new game, controls, game guide. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop for some food. And then before I come back, I will create I'll basically get all the information I need, because for the game guide, I just wanted to have a couple of images of the like different robots. So avoid these robots, find these creatures, search these containers, return them to the HUD. Watch out for the radar. So it's basically it's going to be an image, just an image that shows what you need to do, what the objective is. So yeah, I'm going to stop for food, and then if I say I'll be back in about an hour and a half time. So if you enjoyed the stream, guys, feel free to follow on Twitch if you want to stay up to date. And if you want to see any of my previous streams, I've got everything posted to my YouTube channel. I've got playlists for Unreal, Unity and Blender. And if you want to play any games I've made, check out my itch page below. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, and I will be back in an hour and a half.